Alright, hello, greetings, and welcome in everyone, hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and still fighting with buttons that are not buttoning. Hello, welcome in. Hello Sushin, hello Krahazik, hello Brad, good to see you. I hope chat is going to be fully functional today. Let's see. Hopefully it will be. Looks like it is. Okay. Hoo-wee. Buttons that refuse to button are the worst. Like switches that refuse to switch. Exactly. It's just always a little bit of a little bit. It is an acute annoyance. Let's just phrase it that way. But we are here. I hope that everyone has survived Tuesday to a more or lesser extent. Hoo-wee! How are we doing this day? I'm gonna start by setting our hydrate timer before I forget. There we go. I am doing hello Toaster, welcome in. Good to see you. I do not know if you have seen it, Toaster, but I did drop you a question over on VGen. I've probably survived Tuesday, so I think I'm doing okay. Yes, I did. Inquiring regarding sketches. It may have sent you an email saying that, hey, listen, I popped you a message, but it may also have been buried in spam. So, who knows? Yeah, it's okay. Yes, so let me think. What is the game plan for today? The rough plan is to continue working on Sushin's model a bit today, but we're going to be very much starting, stopping, going, and task changing a bunch because my hand is a mess. Simply put, there is a little muscle in the pad of your thumb that is responsible for pulling your thumb across towards the rest of your fingers, which when you hold a pen for as many hours a day as I do, that little muscle gets really tired, and it is currently suffering a little bit of strain at the moment. And unfortunately, it's also the same muscle that one uses to support a mouse while moving it around. So it's a general double whammy of unfortunate wear and tear to the physical realm. Yeah, that would do it, yeah. So, it's a little bit painful at the moment to do things because it's literally just muscle sore. Like, if my thumb were running the comrades, this would be the leg cramps post comrades. I'm now very thankful that I'm left-handed because that sounds really painful. Yeah, it's somewhat uncomfortable. Let's phrase it that way. So I am in my head rough drafting a couple of ideas of a way that I can manufacture some sort of a grip that I can slot my tablet stylus into, so that I don't actually need to use my thumb that broadly, or grip that significantly on some days when I want to still be able to continue drawing, even when I can't necessarily use my thumb that way. Hello Tawny, welcome in. So I'm concepting a couple of things. I'm probably going to end up using the 3D pen to make the thing. So we'll see. It's now not the first time that I've had this kind of muscle strain in the hand, so I do need to actively monitor it. And yeah, it's something that I'm looking at. I've also put 2 options in my needs wish list on Amazon for alternative mouse options, because mine is kind of tiny, and as I've mentioned, it requires actually supporting with the thumb as well to actually move the mouse around, so it's a little bit irk. At the moment, I think that the trackball solution is going to be the one that is going to be my next best bet in terms of it being a index finger drive, basically, most of the time. But there's a second one which has got a little bit of a joystick thing going on as well. Both of them have a bunch of shortcut keys, which would also be kind of useful. But yeah, those are the 2 things that are currently being added to my wish list as of today, because I'm just kind of losing my mind and I don't want to be unable to work because of an injury. Top-mounted back trackball, have not used one of those in years. Yeah. I am very limited in my reference for how certain pieces of hardware are actually assembled, but I'm looking at more vertical style solutions. So something that, if movement can happen with index and middle finger type navigation, I feel like that will be a big bonus. Because currently I am literally working on the cheapest China shop junk bin mouse that I could get my hands on. And it has some limitations. It's functional. It's fully functional. But it's got some limitations, and I want to not perpetuate injury as much as possible. Top-mounted trackball, you use your middle finger and index finger or the palm of your hand to move the ball. Yeah. So I think that's going to be my ideal solution. So I've got one of those now in the wish list on the needs wish list. There we go. Ayo. Thank you, Toaster. Something looks like that was a response. Yay, greatly appreciated. Okay, I will be able to give that proper attention after stream or in another one of our Zatsu breaks. I'll be able to give that proper attention. Awesome. Also, please recover as best as you can. Yes, so today we're going to be taking a bunch of breaks, specifically to give the hand a little bit of a chance to rest. The side-mounted trackballs are generally actuated by the thumb, but you do see top-mounted in more professional environments. Yeah, like, I specifically don't want to use my thumb for navigation. Like, the entire point is to try and use my thumb as little as possible. That is what the goal is to try and use my thumb as little as possible, and preserve that finger and its mobility. So that is the reasoning behind there. But yeah. So that little bit of research was kind of what took a portion of my day, as well as putting together a little bit more work on Sishin's model as well. Basically, I've got 2 goals for today. The first goal, I know I said that we're repairing Floof primarily in the thing, but I was in a hurry because my thumbnail file corrupted. Busy day. But the first goal is to actually try and finish rigging the foot. so that I can duplicate the leg rig over to the opposite side and have that pretty much done. Because I did a little bit of legwork on today to get the initial pass of lower body movement set, so that now we can actually just put the foot in place, get it operational, and then finally duplicate and mirror our legs, and get that sorted. So that is what I have been up to this day so far. So let us head right over and see what we've got going for us, yeah? And we'll be jumping back and forth and hopefully okay, some of the hotkeys are not hotkeying. I want to be there. I want to be there. Okay. There we go. Hopefully it all works out and things calm down a bit. Yeah, hopefully. So we'll see how that actually ends up panning out. I want to obviously make sure that I can continue making things for as long as humanly possible. So yeah, I do need to start paying a lot more attention to the ergonomics of actually maintaining my functional writing implement hand a little bit. But anyway, please ignore all of the weird red that you are seeing. In the process of getting things in place with the Floof, it did do some crazy stuff to the texture atlas, which is basically the image files that tell Live2D what to reference for each mesh. But yeah, so what we're going to be starting with today is getting these parts to work properly on the different body movement sections. I'm looking directly at the red, and Sashin can kind of pull off the red highlights. I know, right? I mean, he could pull it off. He could pull it off. He just needs to not have any green in his color scheme, because then he's going to be impossible to chroma key. Because he's got purple in there, there's a little bit of yellow in the undertone of his skin. He's got the reds and the pinks in there. For your future reference, I've placed a recommendation in the suggestion box for a trackball. Ooh, thank you. Okay, I think that is actually the one that I've got in my list. I think that's actually the one that I've got in my list. It looks basically identical to the one I've got in my list. But if I can ask that if you guys have wishlist recommendations in the support station category, in Fort Misthaven, you'll see there is actually a wishlist recommendation. There is actually a wishlist recommendation thing. Channel. The one I'm using right now is an Elko? Okay. Okay. Hold up. Let's just make sure. Okay, I've got a Paulo. Okay. We'll have a look at these later. We'll have a look at these later. We'll have a look at them later. In the next break. But yeah, so presently the feet are kind of the next big thing to finish. We've got the leg actually legging now. And we've got the bare minimum amount of decency and body movement. So we are getting progress on this rig. Got a little bit of thigh deformation and knee direction change as well, so we are slowly but certainly getting there. So now the next section to look at is our feet. And these are going to need a bunch of help, largely because we're going to have a little bit of toe slide from one side to the other. So let's start with that. Okay. Toe X. It can be 10 by 10 because it's not actually going to warp much. And I need to switch on my timer, my stopwatch. Otherwise, we're going to have a long and forgetful day, which would be less than ideal. So, stopwatch, go. Alright, so we're going to start by putting this on this parameter. That's center. Now when the hip turns that way, we want the toe to come out a bit. Just a little bit of slide, just to give it a bit of movement. And I actually want to see. I think there is in fact okay, that's straightforward. Not going to have any shift horizontally that way. And as for these, this is going to go into foot bridge, create. And here I'm going to just do a little bit of warp adjustment. Like so. Okay, so let's not have that go up. Unnecessarily. All right, grab this, copy, and make sure that I don't have weird stuff because of unmatching silhouettes. Let's go and go to revert to original. Just in case there was anything really weird that was happening over there. Okay, now that behaves itself. Okay, and then we go copy that value, paste there. I want to pull that down a bit. And like so. There we go. So far so good. Okay. Now this needs to get clipped to the boot base. Like that. Okay, something like that should do the trick. Now I just want to see what looks better, if that looks more right. Like that, okay, that works. Now we go copy that shape, paste that shape, make it narrower. Okay, copy that and paste. Still not there because we've got a gap that I missed. Like so. Okay, so then we should now have what is almost an acceptable line of movement. All right, and then lastly, we just want to give a little bit of direction change over there. It's a smidge of subtlety, but it's something. There we go. Okay, so now over here, that toe is behaving more or less like how we need it to. However, we still need to get that to lift appropriately for the Y. So we're going to go to the footbridge, and this is going to be on this one. We're just gonna heft that upwards. And synthesize corners. Okay, that works. And test. Okay. The tippy toes works. However, what's not working is how high that edge is. There we go. Okay, that works. That works. Happiness is over there. So then the next thing that we need to do is we need to just mesh these ones out and put physics on them, and then the foot and leg is actually ready for mirroring. So First things first, let's grab that time, which was 13 minutes, and put that into body XYZ, which is currently 2:14. That's going to be 2:27. There we go. For our time tracker. Reset our clock. And now we're going to go into a little bit of meshing. So first things first, we're going to go here. This one needs to get deleted because we're not going to use it. And we're going to use these instead. So, grab that, get rid of you. Mesh width 5 should be enough. And 2 should be enough. Whoa, and that is a hydrate timer. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And take a sip. So, what is everyone drinking? That needs to not be 5. 10 should be enough. Water with new strawberry lemonade flavoring I'm trying out. Ooh. That sounds nice. Oi. Strawberry lemonade. That sounds really tasty. I like it. What are you drinking? I'm on just plain normal water. just normal boring water. Today. There is supposedly coffee, not coffee, hot water in the flask to be able to make coffee later. But there is also reportedly only one flask, and I don't have necessarily the guts to spend another 10 minutes boiling a kettle partway through the night at this stage. So I don't necessarily want to tuck into that hot water too soon. Okay, last one of these. Oi. There we go. Okay. So that is all of those laces ready now to get put into deformers for physics. And then when they are on our physics, we can then do our duplication of leg. Alright, so first things first, that is 4 minutes into part meshes outfit. So that is going to be 204. Okay, now empty the timer, and I should probably reset our hydrate timer, huh? I should probably reset that, huh? Just maybe, just maybe. Okay. Ow. Alright, let's see. Let's put these all in deformers. This is gonna be boot place, not 4. No, this is gonna be this X. This does not need to be 37, it can be like 10 or 12. Let's make it 12. And 12. And fizz X. And fizz X. And this can be like 8. And fizz X, and also like 12. Okay, there we go. Grab all of those. And we are going to somehow use the same physics pieces as we use for the hair, because why not? And we're going to start at the bottom here. Just shrink that. Maybe not quite so much. That much should do. Okay. Oh boy. Don't do the dumb. Thank you. Next one. Like that. Okay. Next one. Copy. Paste. Copy, paste. Because I did the dumb. So that works. And on this side. Like so. And on the opposite side. Like so. And this one still needs to go the other way, yes. Okay. Then next layer up. Like so. And so. Like that. No. And like that. Okay. Like that. And like that. And last one on this piece of physics. Like that. And like that. Okay, now last one. Like that. And that. Like that. And that. No. like that. And that. Okay, last one. Like that. And like that. Okay. So now we just go and do a check. So, with all of these, we can just tone it down quite significantly because that is very flopsy. And we've still got to add vertical line physics to that. So we're going to grab all of those. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And copy. Paste. All right, come back over here and taste again. Already a lot better. Okay. Now, copy those. But let's do it one at a time. Copy. Paste. Call this phys y. Change y1. Change y2. Change y3. Phys x into phys y. Again, copy, paste. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this so that I can do this in bulk. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Rename phys y. Rename phys y. Rename phys y. Grab you and you and you. Change y1. Change y2. Change y3. Okay. And now if we check it, if we are very, very lucky, that is working. Okay, so now what we need to do is I just want to check. I want to now grab these four and go reflect, reflect, and reflect. Okay. So now here, it behaves properly. Okay. So methinks with that being in place, let me just hide the rest of that. With that being in place, we are in fact now ready to duplicate our leg over to the opposite side because it is now fully functional. The legs are now legging. Woohoo! Happy dance. Okay. Right. Now what we need to do is find... yeah, legs! Indeed! Grab all of the parts. And I'm gonna put this into leg container. Create. Leg container. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that and just make it bigger than it needs to be. There we go. Select child objects. Find the bottom of that. Pull that up. Copy. Paste. Edit form. Look for anything that's on the X. Okay. We're mostly there, so now we just need to get the short interior, which is in the hip part, not the leg part. Reset to default values. Copy. No. Copy. Paste. Flip. Okay. Now in here, I need to put that one in like such. This needs to come backward. On this side, what I need to do is I need to go copy, paste, and flip. Undo, undo, paste, grab everything, flip, get rid of the excess. Okay. And now, if I'm very, very lucky, which I don't know if I will be, reset to default values. Grab those two. Right. This is why we don't bet on luck or on glue. One at a time, otherwise it gets confused with the distance. Okay. What in the blazes just happened? This is why I hate glue. In Live2D. What just even happened? That made no sense. Trying to find the point where I got the mesh across, but I'm not finding it, so we're going to do it again. Copy. Oh, you know what half of the issue is? It's not the same shape mesh. Haha. Okay, no wonder. No wonder. But what's different is in a totally reasonable price, so it's not actually going to be much of an impact. Never mind then. Try this again. Okay, now if we are lucky, it is working more or less as anticipated. Yay! It is actually working more or less as anticipated. So now the only thing that needs to be fixed there is a little bit of draw order madness, but I'll do that at a later stage. And also, whatever in the blazes is happening here. Why this is not lining up. You know what? Delete that glue again. Start by adjusting our position. On those vertices specifically, because everything else is functional. Except for you. For some obscure reason. Okay. Bind. There we go. Bind. 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 Okay. Make sure that that follows. Okay. And check. Right. All good. And now what we do is we go here, and when we are at negative 0.1, we're going to go draw order -1, and here draw order -1. And then it all works. Let's just make sure. Yep, now it all works. Yay! Lower body 90% done. Woohoo! Now I just need to put the garter that exists over there on, but I still need to draw that. So yeah, we've got fully functional lower body. Oh yeah, and I still need to do the button. I gotta do the button, because that's still floating around crazily. That won't do. Our button need not float. Also, that has been 25, 6, 7, 8 minutes to body XYZ. I mean, sometimes floating buttons happens. It's called a button fly. Oh my. I know it's a fly button, but it's not a button fly. Not in this iteration, please. We don't want flying fly buttons. That would end awkwardly. What's 27 plus 48? 28. That's going to be 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. 255. Okay, that's the number. Okay. Now, the button gets shorts button, ten by 10, 1 by 1, create. Okay. Now first things first, over here. That tracks that way. That tracks that way. And a little bit more in the line of perspective on that side. Okay, good. There, it behaves as it should. Okay, awesome. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. When I've got this button done, I'm going to rest the hand for a bit. We are almost done with the button. Okay. Top. And here, this also goes on this. And what's going to happen here is we're going to add a little bit of depth, like so. And a little bit of depth like so. It's subtle, but it's there. So now, if we go in here and we check our button moves with everything the way that we want it to. Yay! Happiness is. Happiness is. So Shion has a working lower body at last. Reset to default values. Officially a safe to work on stream model. At last. Ah! That just took forever, right? It just took forever. No more need to self-censor working on this on account of am I accidentally going to hide things that need to not be hidden and get bonked on YouTube? Okay. That is a milestone right there. Happiness there. Happiness there. Woohoo! Okay. Woo-wee. That's good. That's good. Okay. So ow. So yeah, we have got lower leg progress done. Happiness is. So next thing that we need to fix is obviously going to be this mess of everything being in the wrong layer order. Firstly, it's going to be in the region of 470. Wow. So this has all got to go way, way back. So actually what I'm going to do is grab all of you and go multiple keys editing, draw order, overwrite 7 0. Enter. And okay. Now it's at least not in the middle of the mouth, because that was annoying me. That was annoying me. Okay. And then that is now the only piece that is not in the side hair section where it's supposed to be. Because it's new! And this lot needs to be up more. Ow. Find where the face is. There we go. That's where the face is. I think rigging the eye patch is going to be the next thing that we do before I go into hair madness. Yeah, that's going to be the next thing we do before we get into hair repair madness is rigging the eye patch, I think. When we've got that, it's going to immediately be that much more on model. Woohoo! And then actually what I need to do is add eye patch. Okay, that's gonna go up. Make a group. This is gonna be eye patch viz. Create. And it's gonna be bigger than I need it to be. Two keys. When it's over here, then opacity is going to be 0. So eye patch defaults to on. But there will be a toggle that'll take it off. Okay. Now, to try and actually take a break for my hand like I said I would. And reset our hydrate timer. Now, if I keep looking at this, I'm going to keep editing. Let me just put something else over there. Let me just put something else over there, so that I'm not looking at it. Because if I'm looking at it, I want to be tweaking it and doing the next thing in the job. Okay. Yeah, let me just head over here. And let's see. That is still not capturing. So we come over here and Zatsu for a bit. And see what we can do for a discussion for while we are giving the hand a little bit of a chance to catch a break. I'm gonna try and to not touch anything. That is the challenge when you've got your dominant hand that's being full of nonsense, is to try and actively not touch anything while you're taking a break. It is crazy and tricksy. And how do you just not pick anything up? It's an interesting challenge. Yeah, but hey, we do what we can, right? Now, to use the left hand, and let me see what Toaster said, because I said in the next break I would check what Toaster said. Yeah, okay. 7 or 8 o'clock? Okay, I can attempt that. I can do that on the next iteration of that sketch. I can do that on the next iteration of that sketch. No issues there. Let me see. Grazik recommended some stuff for trackpads. Let's see. Let's have a look-see at what the recommendations on the trackpads were. So that one's on the thumb, so I'm going to give that one a skip, because the entire point of trying to find a piece of hardware is to specifically not use the thumb. So that one I'm going to ignore. Now let's see this. How does that compare with the one that I've actually got in the list? Actually, what I want to do, it's so difficult doing this lefty. It's so difficult doing this lefty. Especially since that I am doing this with whatchamacallit, my hand reaching over across my keyboard to the wrong side. Okay, the one I've got in my list is more expensive. That won't do. Let's go trackpad mouse. Trackball mouse. Okay, let's see if we can find the same thing on the South African site. I don't think we're gonna get lucky, but let's see if we can find it in the South African site. Actually, let me just go back here. Hold up. Let me just go back here. Now that I've not got setups doing the dumb. Let me go back here, because I don't see why not. So let's see if I can find the same thing on the South African side. I don't think we're gonna get lucky. Yeah, we're not gonna get lucky on that front. So that's the one that I've got in the wish list, I think. Yeah. No, it's not. Wild, okay. Those are big numbers. Yeah, welcome to third world economy. So the currency is not as strong as the dollar. Let's put it that way. But yeah, basically, in a nutshell, when I am trying to acquire anything, if it costs anything less than 100 South African rands, you can be certain that it is probably something relatively consumable. Like less than 100 rand, it's tea. But yeah. So that, I think, is going to be the thing that's going to solve the issues. This is still going to want to be moved around a desk, which is going to mean that it's still going to have the issue of whatchamacallit, the thumb needing to grip the mouse to move it around, which I actually think is not going to be ideal. But the trackball for the navigation is probably going to be the better bet, because then the actual hand movement is static. So I'm actually going to remove this one, because it's not going to do the trick. Of course, this also being Amazon everything is a little bit more expensive than if I had to try and source it through other channels. It's just that this is the only way that you guys can actually assist me with things without giving away my home address. Little detail on that front, right? Just trying to not give away my home address to the entire interwebs. So yeah, I don't know. You might have noticed that the dog bed is like literally the topmost highest priority thing in the thing at the moment. I think, yeah, the doggy stuff is kind of the highest. Hello, Alex. Welcome. Michael. Good to see you. How are you doing? Ooh, thing is, yes. This is the current needs list, a lot of which has actually got to do with pets and pet care, because we have noticed some things that need help in addressing. Firstly and foremostly, the dogs giving off the floof, all of the floof. That is a necessity, and also that to get them out of the dining room. I'm about to sleep, but I wanted to drop by before I do. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate. Yes, we're currently just looking at this at the moment because I'm trying to give my hand a break because my thumb is aching. My thumb is aching like an absolute... Oy. What is an absolute pain in the thumb? My thumb is sticking out like a sore thumb at the moment, because it is a sore thumb at the moment, and it's like... The only way it could be sticking out less is, I suppose... or sticking out more, as if I'd actually beat it to smithereens with a hammer, like what the saying's generally referring to. But anyway, yeah. So, currently giving my hand a little bit of a break, hence why we're looking at stuff. But yeah, so majority of the things at the moment in the needs list are actually pet-related and ergonomics. Largely on account of just the doggos need help with stuff. And also, we have not had a frying pan in, like... I think that the last frying pans we bought were, like, 10 years ago, and they were, like, super, super cheapies. And they have not lasted. They are at end of life, so cooking is interesting. Sorry to hear that. Hope your son feels better soon. If all else fails, maybe it's time to learn to draw with your non-dominant hand. I actually have got lefty training as part of my daily routine. It's just not good enough yet. It's honestly not good enough yet. I'm currently operating my mouse left-handed. It's presently awkward, but I'm operating my mouse left-handed as we speak. But yeah. Presently, the majority of the stuff is related to the doggos. Or giving my hand a chance to not suffer. No time like the present, I think, is the saying. Yeah. Look, I started doing the lefty training when April 2024 hit, and I managed to similarly destroy my right hand while building a dragon for a school play as a prop. It was a really good project, but it absolutely destroyed me because I was putting this dragon together with zip ties, and I needed to punch all of the holes myself. Anyway, long story, that one. But yeah, so basically what I've got is just a little bit of fatigue. Not a little bit, it is a significant amount of fatigue in the thumb muscle. That basically is the muscle that lets the thumb move across the fingers or across the palm to actually grip alongside the fingers with either holding a mouse and actually moving it around on screen or holding a pen. So I'm looking for something like this that I can not stress the thumb muscle more than I absolutely need to. But yeah. So presently these are the things on the wish list that are like highest priority in terms of things that I actually need. In some capacity or another. A lot of them are household items, which actually benefit the entire Citadel household, rather than just me. And are therefore slightly higher priority. I can see how you'd stress your thumb out. I need to sleep, but it's about 1 a.m. Wishing you all the best. Thank you for dropping by, Alex. Rest well. Thank you. Go sleep. Enjoy it. So yeah. The needs list is pretty much mostly household items. And then the wants list is things that's less important. But yeah. Like, it's frustrating to need a needs list, but here we are. When this is empty, eventually, hopefully, whatever, things will be in a generally different state of existence, I think. But yeah, no. Let me see. Let me see, what is... status on this iteration of reality that I can update you guys on while I'm trying to give this thumb a rest, because it's gonna be a bit. Let's think. This is usually when I'd ask for song recommendations, but unfortunately I can't show those on YouTube. Or at least we can talk about some stuff, maybe. I've been forgetting to hit the play button on music again. Are we surprised? No. Quite a lot recently. But pretty much most of what I've been listening to mostly has been game OSTs and like movie scores and things like that. So it's either been game and movie OSTs or it's been like waving motivational pom-poms on VTuber songs lately. That's kind of been the two main things that I've been listening to most. When I remember to actually hit the play button. But what has everyone else been listening to a lot lately? Let me just head back over to chat screen. Yeah. I'm gonna be jumping around a lot today. Like, a lot. I'm still not in the right place. I want to be... not there. There. Need to remember which on-screen button it is. I need to remember which on-screen button is what. Yeah. Eep. Eep, 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 eep. I have noticed that the internet has been a little bit more stable today, which is nice. Just a little bit more stable. It was dropping out all day until like 11 p.m. So I was so scared the stream was going to be tricksy. I was very scared that stream was going to be tricksy with that. But I'm glad that it's been stable today so far. I've been listening to a lot of J-pop and Christian rock and metal. Just to throw my music playlist on shuffle and vibe. Ooh, that's fair. That's fair. Huh. Nice. Nice. Yeah, having a nice shuffled playlist is always fun. Like, I've got an everything playlist and a chaos playlist, which are complete whiplash of everything between my OST madness, some classical stuff, VTuber music, Vocaloid stuff, pop and rock of the 60s, 70s, and 80s mixed all in the same playlist. It's like just total whiplash. You can be having Monster X and the next you'll have Bach. And that has happened before. And then it'll be Hans Zimmer. And then Pink Floyd. And it's like... where? But it's fun. And then the skip button gets used a lot because it all depends on the vibes of the day. I think there are almost 3k songs from hundreds of genres in that playlist. Wow. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. I kind of stopped using certain music streaming platforms on account of certain concerns about how they were being operated, so I've been trying to utilize YouTube Music more. Not that YouTube Music is 100% okay, but it's at least got most of the stuff on it. And, well, I think they are playlist caps in terms of how many of anything you can stick in a playlist. I think it's at like 4,000 or something. I think that's what the cap is on a YouTube playlist. So I'm actually going to need to make new playlists soon for like part 1, part 2, part 3. Because there's so much good stuff, and it's like, okay, either I need to be sorting this more appropriately, or I need to start separating this down. Yeah. It's like, I think all music is good, it just needs to be listened to at the right time and in the right context. It's just one of those things, right? Anyone have a specific band or group that you've been listening to a lot more recently that you would recommend, that you think I would possibly not know? I can guarantee you there's a lot of people that I do not know. Like a lot. Like a lot. In a regular playlist maybe, but I'm just using the default like button playlist, which I believe is uncapped. Oh. I've not utilized that properly at all. But then again, I've only been using the playlists on the current YouTube account that is being used for all of this madness for like 2 years. So there's a lot of stuff that I've liked over the years that's not in that playlist. I wonder how it'll actually look. I wonder how it actually looks. Ow. Wrong hand. Wrong hand tried to do that job. Yay. Oh. Aina. Yeah, no, I've definitely not used my liked playlist nearly enough. I've only got 71 songs in there. Whoops. I've definitely not utilized that properly at all. Not at all enough. I recently found Nathan Wagner, and his music feels very story-focused. Very good songs and hopeful for ideas as well, in my opinion. Ooh, that's nice. Nathan Wagner. I'm gonna write this down. No, I'm not gonna write that down in a notebook. I'm gonna type that out in a notepad, because that way I don't use my thumb. Blah. Yeah, no. It's still smarting a little bit too much. I've been trying to stretch it and massage it a little bit while we've been yapping. And I've just noticed that I'm hungry. That's inconvenient. What is the time? It is 2 in the morning. Okay. That makes sense that I am hungry. It makes sense that I am hungry. It has been one of those days. Same artist I shared in the music channel last week? Ooh, okay. Yeah, my memory for names is sometimes really, really, really lousy. So, I would have not caught that on. Okay, you guys know me. My memory for general things is generally quite lousy. Unless it's something oddly hyper-specific that stuck with me for no apparent reason. I don't know why those things stick. Like chewing gum in a shaggy dog carpet, but yeah. Like it's annoying that I can remember the most obscure, useless bits of information. And at the same time completely just not have actual referenceable stuff stick in my head. It's wild how that works. My brain is very productive at remembering the wrong things. It's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. Frustrating to the nines, but hilarious. Anyone else have any new recommendations? Or maybe a rediscovered old friend, perhaps? In the listening side of life? Now that I think about it and rediscovering old friends, it's around about time that I listen to Rick Wakeman's Journey to the Center of the Earth album again. I've not done that in some months. Journey to the Center of the Earth is a really good one. I actually need to listen to more of Rick Wakeman's things now that I think about it. Like, there were a couple of albums that I know I ought to have listened to, but I haven't, and I've just not been making the time for it. Why is that the common theme? It's like, I know I ought to pay attention to this piece of media, but I just don't. Like, this is a recurring theme. It's annoying me now. This is actually annoying me now. I just don't get to... I just don't get to doing the thing. It's actually annoying now. I'm too busy doing other stuff. And sitting in abject silence while I do. Yeah. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. Yeah. Like, my to start list is probably my to start list is actually a depressing topic. I don't want to go there. I really don't want to go there, actually. You know what? What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I can quickly go and find something to chow on. Make myself a cup of coffee and come back, and at that point we shall continue working on session. So it's gonna be... Excuse you, thank you. That half-hour hydrate, huh? Alright, so I'm gonna quickly go and see if I can scoff something, make some coffee, and then we will resume with the rig. Yes. So I shall see you all momentarily, or in a couple of minutes. Someone count how many time lapses go by, hey? Count how many time lapses go by, let me know. But otherwise I will have no idea how long I was away. Okay, see you in a bit. Be right back. Oh, wrong one, wrong one. That's not the screen I was looking for. Gasp. Don't want to give you guys a fright there. That was not the screen I was looking for. Gasp. Be right back. Alright, I am back. I am back. Okay. Bum. Let's just see that I have everything in order. In order. Alright, there we go, there we go, there we go. And we are back. Okay. So I had partial success in terms of acquiring knowledge. I have had a mug of milk and I'm currently finishing off a mandarin. And I have acquired coffee. So we have had partial victory. Partial victory in the food front. There is precious little of chewable and readily available stuff in the fridge. Like most of it is condiments at the moment. Or frozen, because we did a lot of pre-prep meals that are frozen. And yeah, that's not gonna happen right now, and I'm also not gonna fry an egg right now. So yeah, here we are. Mug of milk. Regular midnight meal, I guess. Whoopsie. Got 3 segments of this fruit left. Almost done. Almost done. But what we can do is, now that I'm down to the last one, can get our stopwatch ready to start meshing out the eye patch, because that's the next job on the list, is meshing out the eye patch. Let's go. Okay. Alright, so this is just going to be outer perimeter, thankfully. I don't think we're going to need to do much on the inside, unless what I do is I just protect the inner seam. And sort of wagon wheel it. I think that's what I'm going to do to make sure that it doesn't have weird corners in weirder places. almost. Okay. That's one down. Next piece. Now this one is going to get duplicated a couple of times. So let's go mesh with 15 and put this on 3. Okay, so that is that one. Now what we're going to do is, now that we've got it meshed, we're going to go and duplicate it once and twice. Alright, now each of these is going to go for eye patch strap in general. And what we're going to do, come on, catch up with me, please. As what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust this shape. We don't need a lot in the width. But that should do the trick. Now, what I'm going to do is, obviously I messed up. So those two get turfed. Copy, paste. Paste, and then we're going to rename them to ES1 and ES3. There we go. Put strap 3 in 3, put strap 1 in 1. Okay. Now we're going to go edit, flip. Okay, and we are going to hide the bangs. And all of these are going to get rigged to the head X and Y. Okay, so since we're in the center position at the moment, that should be our default setting for all three. And then we're going to have this, which needs to follow our eye socket. And let's give that a little bit of depth. On that side. And a little bit on that side as well. Okay. So that'll do for there. Now we're doing a rough placement first, and then we'll do refinements. Now this number 2, I don't know if it will even be visible, but I like having it in the construction anyway, just in case. It gets shown through the physics. Okay. And now what I want to do is I want to go grab that ID, paste, paste, and paste. All right, now here We're gonna go copy that. Okay, so now the clipping is functional, so we won't have it bleed off. And now the next thing that we need to do is actually bend it into reasonable shape. Okay. Now this is the only one where I think that's going to be immediately necessary. But either which way, we're going to return to center. And now on the up and down. Rough placement. There we go. Now here, what I'm going to want to do is, no, not 5. I want that one to be 2, and I want that one to be 1. Gonna bend this up like so. Down like so. Okay, that'll work there. Now, it would help if I also do the corners, hey? Because that is a vastly different shape, and I do not want to rely on whatever madness these synthesized corners would throw at me. Like, I know there's supposed to be a spherize or something along those lines-ish type of tool somewhere in the latest versions of Live2D that should make getting these approximations a little bit easier. However, I do not know where to find it, and I have not bothered going looking for it yet. It has legitimately just been easier to get on with the job and to go and hunt for information on the new tooling. And by new, it's probably some months old already. Oh dear. Ay, 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 ay. Almost got it. Let's see, now, here what I want to do is I want to start with the default. Pull that in. Pull that in. Wait, no. Now, put that on over there. Okay. That's that one. Now we check and test. Checking and testing before we've got the rest in place is a bad idea. Because you get distracted. And by you, I mean me. Okay, and this one I'm just going to do a straight rotation. No, why have I got two things moving? Excuse you? Why are two things moving here? That should not be nested underneath that. Okay. Our straps are strapping. Okay, so that one is good. Now the other side. Come on, catch up with me, please. Not responding. Okay. That being said, we are 30 minutes on the stopwatch, and I forgot to reset my hydrate timer, which means that everyone, it is time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. If I could not inhale it, it would be helpful. Not inhaling the beverage is a good idea. Okay. Yo. Okay, 58 plus 30 is 30, 60, 70, 88. And reset our timer. Whew. More coffee. Okay, that looks right. That looks right, okay. Okay. So number 2 doesn't particularly show up much, but number 3... Okay, and all of these are going to want on head Y, extended interpolation. Just like that. Okay. Now if we show our bangs again and come over to our physics test. Oh. It is not yet in our head layer, that's the issue here. So this needs to go. Okay, found it. Found it. This needs to go inside the base rotation over here. Modeling. And check. Okay. I am so glad I added that last strap. It's working. Okay. Eye patch is functional. It's looking a little bit floaty in some places. But it's in, and it's working, and it's following the face. Nice. Okay. We're getting places. We're getting places. Okay. Save button. And that has been 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. Okay. So now the next challenge is gonna be we've got to redo a bunch of hair. So these all need to go into our hair back container. There we go. As a starting point. Okay, that's a good starting point. Still looking cardboard because it's not actually meshed yet. But it's baby steps. Okay. Now what we need to do is grab everything that we are in fact not going to use, which is going to be everything that's on this side, and its associates. And be gone with you. Okay. Now all of these can also get emptied. Except for you, this one I want to use and steal you and you accordingly. And drop you into this one because it's already the right size. I've obviously still got to mesh things out. but it'll help. Same with this. Pull this one down the list. Okay. So now we slowly come through and start populating these again. So that we can reposition the actual deformers, get rid of the information on all of them in terms of their physics settings, because the majority of them are going to be wrong. Copy, paste. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Losing track. Okay, never mind. Looking for an open one. 5. Hold up. Something really weird happened there, but okay. Okay. So now they're all inside. Highly inaccurate deformer sets. Ready for population. Something like that. So that will be ready when we eventually get to meshing that out. Okay, next. All right. Slowly but certainly, these hair corrections are taking shape. It doesn't matter how long or short the haircut, honestly. The hair always inevitably takes long to do, to make sure that it behaves properly. This one I'm leaving exactly as is. There we go. And. Almost got it, almost got it, almost got it. There we go. Okay. Next. Okay, next one. Okay. How many more are there? Not many. Yay. Okay. I think this is the last one. I think this is the last one. All of these physics parameters that are attached to these deformers are going to be completely broken now. Like, destroyed beyond all hope and reason. But it's fine. Now we go through again. Now, grab those, empty them, register 3. Lastly, the X's. Okay. The one piece that is supposed to still exist does its thing the way that I expect it to, and several others are breaking. Why? What physics are you guys still attached to? Okay, and that was a hydrate. So, everyone, time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. And that's on the x-axis. Now it's predictable because it's not yet rigged. Great. Okay. We have acquired predictability. That is a good that's a good step. That's a good step in the right direction. Okay, what's this? 470. Okay. Now I need to find this in our layer set over here. And this is an interesting exercise trying to move these because you can't lift a finger off of the mouse while you are attempting it, otherwise things break. Okay. What's the time? 3:23. Okay. Okay. So far still as expected in terms of behavior. Okay, now that's all in the correct layer sets. So those two can be gone. Now, side hair needs to come to inside the head. And I want this one to actually go by the ears. That's where I want this one to live. This is where I want this one to live in this set. Which means that this ear, select child objects, I'm going to temporarily remove. Put this one inside the ear container. And let me just think very, very carefully about how much done I'm going to be doing in the next 5 minutes. Let's think very carefully about exactly how much done I'm going to be doing in the next 5 minutes. I've got a layer order issue over here. A bad layer order issue over here. Okay, noted. There we go. That's where it needs to be. Okay, let's see. That's looking a little bit more right. Yeah, that's looking more right. Okay, I'm now a little bit stumped for what to do next. File, save. Saving is a good idea of what to do next. Saving is a good idea of what to do next. And that is 27 minutes to set up some optimizations. Woohoo! That's 963 plus 27. What? I'm not going to do that math. I'm on my lonesome. 963 plus 27 is 990. Do setups and optimizations. Yeah! Okay. How many hours are we parked at the moment? 98 hours. Okay. That's how many we're parked at the moment. Time check. 3:29. Okay. Let me just stretch my hand a little bit while I think about what to do from here. Let's see. I don't want to go into meshing the hair pieces right now because my thumb won't survive it at all. Let's think. Similarly with anything that involves physics right now. I should probably get all of those layers clipped to the gem as it needs to be. I think that's what let's do that. Let's clip all of those gem layers together. So that's going to be copy that ID, paste, 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 copy, paste, and lastly copy, just for good measure, paste. All right, then here, copy, paste, so this should give us shinies, yes. Boundary shadow. Drop shadow. You need to be an add layer. And you are going to be bendy. Okay. Let's think. that's all gonna be. Okay, so it's going to be in this deformer here. Let's grab these, pull them up into the appropriate place, which is going to be right over here. And then we've got the beginnings of movement. Hooray, hooray. Now the drapes need to be duplicated because they need to go into the hip deformer. Which is going to be a little bit of an interesting thing. So, those two need to come into the hip deformer. So drape 1 plus drape 1. Bind. Okay. Drape 2. Drape 2. Grab everything and bind. Okay. I need to change the size. Let's see. Like that. I don't like how that behaves. Okay, that's not behaving how I want it anymore at all. Let's see. No, 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 no. Okay. I don't know what's going on here anymore. Yeah, I really, really, really despise how non-intuitive glue is in this software. Like... This is not making sense. This is really, really, really not making sense to me. I am very confused. This everything only pulls towards red. It's very, very, very frustrating. Like, I'm trying to get more green. I'm trying to get the red to be less red and more green over here. Because this doubling is exactly what I don't want to see. Ugh. This is just not right. This is just not it. Glue, be gone. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, when weight painting in 3D makes more sense, you know, it's messy. Because this is not making sense to me. Ay, 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 this is so messy. And senseless. Like, I was getting there and then I messed it up colossally. Okay. That one, I think, somehow has been saved. Somehow. I don't know how. The logic of it defies me. Like, by long enough ways. Okay, let's see how that looks. Despite everything, it's moving. Okay. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Okay. So now the same needs to happen with this, because it's tucked in. Oh boy, copy. Paste. Okay. Bind those two together. Oh boy. Okay. So that half works. Now we need to come over here and strengthen all of the red up here. Oh boy. This is ending in disaster. Okay. Too much. Too boldly. Without tasting. Okay. So that's gonna need a corrector on it as well. Shirt tuck corrector, create, hide you, just so that I've got a landmark. And this is going to be on hip X. Come on. Actually, what I need to do is I need to go delete that and just check first that it actually captures the entire thing. Okay. And on the lower section, it's pretty much good as is. Now, with that being taken into consideration, let's see what we can do about this easing. Which is going abysmally. Okay. This easing is not going well. Okay, now let's see what we can achieve over here. Come on. This is so messy. But I don't know how else I'm going to get this to maybe potentially half work. This is so messy. Ugh. I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. Hoping. That's what I'm doing. I'm hoping. Because beyond that, none of this makes any sense. Oh man. Not a mite of it. You know what? Return to default. Return to default. This glue begone. Start over. This time I'm gonna start with the bottom one. On red and see what we can achieve. The selection order was still not what I was hoping it to be, but fine, whatever. Let's undo a couple of steps here. You might want to step away for a sec so you can reevaluate the task and take a breather. Potentially, except for the fact that I think that I might finally have a inkling of what I'm actually doing. It's hilarious how that works. Also, I've been here since 30 minutes before stream. That is... Thank you for being here for this entire time. Wow. Okay. That has been a while. Is that it? Is that it? Have we had breakthrough? Have we had breakthrough? To the best degree possible, I think we have. It's behaving like how I'd expect it to behave. It's behaving shirtishly. Fine flippin'ly. Okay. Fine flippin'ly. That tucked in part is behaving as I expect it to behave. That only took a small eternity. Okay. But it was a victory. What's the time? Okay, that's the time. Coffee. The last swig of it. Okay. And that has been 50 minutes on body XY. That is gonna be 255 plus 50, that's gonna be 305. Phew, okay. Now those two, we're going to put in a warp deformer, and this is going to be torso mask. No, shirt mask. Port. Yeah. Okay. Now let's make this tight to content. Okay. And I feel bad with now saying how complex it's been and how much you've been putting your hair out. That's just part of the job, honestly. It's just part of the job. I've been meaning to learn how to do these kinds of things anyway. My age-old frustration with Live2D has always been the glue. Like, number one thing that is frustrating is glue. Literally the rest of the tool set is a doddle. It's just time consuming, honestly. Like, the only part of the actual entire tool set that's frustrating to work with is glue. Okay, and looping parameters. Glue and looping parameters. Those are the two things. Those are the two things. But honestly, it's just part of the process. It's like, I don't know. What's a comparison? What's a comparison? I don't. What is a comparison that is universal? It's like cleaning a blender when you have used it for food preparation, right? Especially like one of those stick blender type things where the blade mechanism is kind of built in and you can't really you can't really get in, and you need like to spend 15 minutes with a really tiny brush trying to get in all around it to make it clean, to make sure that you don't have food bits on the inside of your blender. It's kind of like that part of the process. It's like you just have to live with it. It's just part of how things are. So my design is your best learning tool at the moment. Every single model that I build is a learning tool in one way or another. We have definitely got a couple of things here that I have been learning with. Specifically the number of masks around the torso, to help get a sort of a shift in 3D-ishness around the seams that we haven't really been seeing much of yet, but basically it's what I'm going to be working on next here on the torsos, getting these masks to behave. Like, there's been a lot of stuff that has been... Okay, I did this on Teo, or I did this on Lunabelle, or I did this on Harrier. And it works. Cool, awesome, nice, we know. Check, done. We've got that in the mental library. There are a couple of new techniques here that I'm experimenting with. But each model with its own mesh shapes comes with its own challenges. So it's honestly, every model is a learning tool. Every single model is a learning experience, honestly. and it's part of the fun. There we go, that works. Okay, now we check over here again. Alright, and we're finally starting to get a little bit of that flowiness that we're looking for. Cool. So this button is like the anchor here. Interestingly. In the middle of nowhere. And what I do want to do is put a shirt port corrector, create, now I have totally lost track of time again, but it's fine. I don't know why these lines have gone all wobbly. However, I think with that, we have achieved the basis of three-dimensionality on the shirt. There we go. Oh, there we go. We have achieved something. Yay! I'm very curious to get back into Blender and see if this is any easier in 3D. Oh my word! Because trying to do Live2D things and 3D things in parallel, you can't help but draw similarities and notice the things that don't quite 100% line up. And think, this would be easier here, or oh, that would be easier there. And then realize, no, but these are not transferable. Not transferable tool sets. Ah! But okay. I'm definitely happier. With how that's behaving. Like, that is looking decidedly more shirtish than previously. Chains are still wobbly in terms of their anchoring. But we're getting places. We're getting places. Okay. Now let's see if this is going to be a mistake. Doesn't seem that way, at least not on these ones. Okay. Buttons are buttoning. Okay, cool. Awesome, 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 awesome. This is the last one that needs to go inside. Here. If we're lucky. Okay, nope. This one needs to stay out because it's going to need its own set of rules. Actually, all of these need to come out because it's actually moving too much. Those can't stay in there. They need to move independently. Okay, that works. There. And those are fine as is. These need to be not on multiplies. Why are they on multiplies? You guys need to be normal layers. There we go. You're not translucent. Okay. So now our buttons are buttoning as needed, more or less. You are an issue. Okay. And over here. Like that. And like that. And like that. And like that. Okay, next. Like so. And so. And so. And so. And like you. And like you. Check. We're not quite there yet, because we still need to do here. So center and center over here. And like that. Oh, I've got an issue in my entire hip section here. Hold up, hold up, hold up. My entire hip section's got an issue. Like, that is right. That is not right. This is supposed to be up and rotated. Okay. Which means that I've got to do some repair work to the hips in their totality before I can finalize what's happening now with these buttons. Okay. Save. That is not a today job. That is not a today job. It is 5 o'clock in the morning. It is not a today job. Oh boy. Okay. But we got places, at least. We got places, at least. Heads were bashed against walls slightly. Why are you behind? Oh, I know why you're behind. It's because it's a layering issue. It's fine. File. Save those. The other one for security. Yes. Whew. Okay. I have no idea how long I was working there. It was probably another 50 minutes. Because I think it was at the turn of the hour when I last made a note of things. Okay, and that was body XYZ, so that's gonna be 305 becomes 355. Save on the time log. close Live2D and let's head over here. Okay. So that was productive. That was productive. Hope you guys had fun. Despite me bashing my head against a wall. A little bit. I am very, very curious to see how the process of doing the clothing rig is going to compare when I get to doing that in Blender. I am very, very curious. I did think I was going to do a little bit of blendering today. Obviously, that did not happen. But you know what? It's fine. It's honestly fine. I don't think my hands would have been up to it. I already feel like I definitely overdid it. I just finished closing things over there. And yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings. My game plan for tomorrow is to finish my art challenge entry. My art challenge entry for the crossover thingy. I've still got to finish that because the feature is this week, and I promised myself that I would absolutely participate in every art challenge this year. Every one of Wilhelm van der Bos's art challenges this year. I promised myself that I would do that. So I am desperate to not slip up halfway through. Like, technically less than halfway through, because the first challenge only dropped like later. And yeah, I really want to make sure that I actually finish it. Just as like my personal promise to myself, basically. I feel like one of the things that has been a slight weakness of mine as a person who draws on the internet is that the amount of postable drawings that I actually make is actually terrifyingly low. Like, I do a lot of pre-production work on a lot of things, and then wait, when is she ever gonna actually post a thing? Right? When is she actually ever gonna post a thing? So, it's one of the sore spots, I could say, of my creative journey, is that it's been one of a lot of prep work for an awful lot of not a lot I can actually show for it. And I feel like these art challenges are one of the few things that I can say, okay, this is specifically to prove to yourself that you can actually just finish the thing. You know? And I really don't want to fall off the bus on that front. Because the amount of quote-unquote for funsies art I do is actually, yeah, surprisingly little. I'm doing a lot of work on Misthaven, which is like the... Yes, it's fun, but it's not like just a self-indulgence thing. There's goals in mind, right? And sometimes I don't know, it just feels like maybe I should set aside some time for a doodle, just for the sake of a doodle. But then I do the doodle, and then it ends up just being another piece of planning reference for another thing. So it's like, oh, this is not social mediable in the classic sense. So yeah, like, I don't know. A lot of the things are basically for my own benefit, in the sense of just being able to visualize what's going on with things and stuffs that is still spoilery. So yeah, tempering my brain and trying to participate in the public facing things as best as I can with the capacity that I've got available. So yeah, tomorrow I plan on doing art challenge work on that. For folk who are waiting on me for commissions, I'm going to spare my hand tomorrow specifically to work on the art challenge in the evening, because I can't afford to spend as many breaks. Right? So I'm going to probably do some writing work, because that is just basically typing stuff and sitting staring at a screen and thinking with fury. In the time that I've got pre-stream. I know I've got some IRL stuff that has to happen tomorrow too, and also I think Wednesday next week as well. So I've got to do a tiny bit of prep work for that, but it's not a big deal. It's basically just revision on something. And then I got a yap for a bit with people, because meetings, hooray. And then I'm gonna try and just rest my hand with a little bit of lefty writing. Because I can type one-handed on the keyboard. That's not an issue. That's chill. I've done that surprisingly a lot. And then from there, hopefully, my thumb will be relaxed enough to not complain when we work on Art Challenge tomorrow night. And if all goes well, Thursday, what did we say was happening on Thursday? I can't remember what we said was happening on Thursday. Supposedly... Okay, Thursdays we take it as it comes. I had thought potentially maybe a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV, but because Ultimate literally dropped today, I think we're gonna give it a break this week. Otherwise we're not gonna be able to even get in. So I think Ultimate dropped today, right? The Kefka Ultimate, I think, dropped today. So yeah. We're not going to be logging in this week, I don't think. Because otherwise we're just gonna sit in queues and it's gonna be so crowded. So crowded. But yeah, so there is a fairly strong likelihood of doing probably more 3D stuff on Thursday. Very strong likelihood of that. Seeing what we can get right with Ebony in terms of finishing up base mesh topology. We've got to do his tail. We've got to do his feet. I did put in a little bit of work on his hands. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday. I think it was this morning. I think it was this morning. My sense of time is messed up, okay? So I think he's got hands now. I just need to still check with the topology on his arms if it's looking satisfying, I suppose. And then I can move on to doing refinements on the legs and then add in his tail. And then we will finally have the base mesh, which will be ready for at least, no, we've still got to do eyes. I still got to figure out how I'm going to do the eyes. I need to look up a tutorial on the right way that I want to do those, because that's going to be a constant across the board. Okay, so yeah, I've still got to do the eyes, and then it is gonna be whatchamacallit, tail, feet, and then we can rig. Or at least do skeleton rig. And then after we've got that, we can start doing the actual clothing pieces that go over the top. In other words, the duplicate meshes, which are going to be the civvies and the Mistguard uniform. I am going to keep the base mesh as a safety. Definitely keeping the base mesh as a safety. I do not want to lose that. But yeah, I'm definitely going to see what I can get right. I'm very curious about how things are going to pan out when it comes to actually modeling his hair. I have an idea of how I'm going to do the hair. I want to do kind of like the hair card system rather than the actual fully modeled topology system. So we're gonna get some kind of an interesting sort of a look out of that. I still have no idea what it's actually going to end up looking like. And I think that's going to be half of the fun of this, is that we're actually developing the look as we go a little bit. Because it's all well and good to have a plan for, okay, these are the actual character designs in like 2D format, but actually seeing how they're going to develop into 3D, I'm very, very curious about how that's going to all pan out. And actually getting all of our models made, I am very, very much looking forward to it. I still need to design Egan. I still need to design Graham Ashmond. Rex, I still need to give him a reference sheet. I still need to give Harrier updated reference sheet. Ugh. It's a lot. Now that I think about it, it's a lot. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I think that the Harrier updated reference is going to be a little bit easier once I know that I am literally just providing it for cubed 3D, for the Harrier 3D model for VTubing, and for myself for use in Thing, and not trying to, okay, I want to get this stylistically just so for the sake of whatchamacallit, building it myself in Live2D, because I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to do that again. I have built myself all models over the course of the last 5 years. I feel like I've done nothing but build myself, almost. I do not want to do it again in that way. In Live2D, it's just I am kind of burnt out of building myself again and again and again and again and again. So when it comes the time that we've actually got a 3D model, I might do something about like outfit ideas like that I can model, that I don't have any problems with. I'll find out from Cubed what the permissions will be on things like doing additional outfits by myself. But beyond that, I think I am just gonna take a break from building myself in Live2D for just at least another 2 years. At least another 2 years. If I can help it. If I can help it, honestly. Like, I just want to not. Oh, man. Like, upgrading stuff? Sure, fine. It's a lot easier to upgrade stuff in 3D than it is in 2D. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of looking forward to it. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I never asked Cubed if we could actually do the nictitating eyelids thing. Okay, that'll be a question. That'll be a question for when we're closer to the time. That'll be a question for closer to the time. It'll need to go on the reference sheet. It'll need to go on the reference sheet. Because my second eyelids, I don't want to lose those. Well, technically my third eyelids. You guys have seen them lately. Quite a bit. That little pink flash that goes across my eyes every now and again. Yeah, that's another pair of eyelids. A little translucent pair of eyelids that I got there. One of those hidden alien features, right? Very birdish. My built-in flight goggles. Protecting my eyes from flying debris. Yeah, that was the idea behind the nictitating eyelids. Very alien. But yeah, so I wanted to get those included as well. How they're actually gonna work, I don't know. In terms of how they're going to function in Project Misthaven, that's definitely going to be a separate sorted animation from like the usual madness. It'll be something that'll be applied specifically in specific situations, I think. Because having them randomly blink on a separate random blink cycle from actual random blinks, we'll see how things work out. We'll see how things work out. Let's just first get the models made, right? Let's just first actually get to the point where we've got the models. But yeah, that has been a day. I will keep you guys posted on what the game plan will be for Thursday. I'm very strongly thinking that it might end up being more 3D modeling work. I know that illustration and creative writing hours have been sponsored. I think the writing hours I want to maybe... I don't know exactly when I'm going to actually allocate that time in, but I'll figure it out. I think my brain is just putty right now after fighting with glue. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you were able to be productive at the things you were trying to achieve on your ends. If you were lurking, I strongly, strongly appreciate it. If you're in the VOD squad, also greatly, greatly appreciated. You guys are MVPs. I am going to have to apologize for all of the molding that happened this day with a reference to glue again. Glue is my Live2D nemesis. Glue is my Live2D nemesis. I have strong feelings about how the functionality of glue operates. if that has not been grievously obvious over the course of the last 5 hours. But anyway, thank you guys. I shall see you all tomorrow, hopefully with a more intact writing hand. And yes, have fun, rest well when you get to it, and until next time, thank you all, and cheery bye.